Check. There it is. Good morning, everyone. Enter a good time zone. I hope everyone is doing well. Hope everyone had a good weekend. Oh, biscuits. There we go. Forgot that I had the Paleo launcher turned on for the surprise stream that happened on YouTube on Friday. There we go. Let's just... Now there shouldn't be... How'd it go? Streaming on YouTube? I mean, if the numbers are accurate, much better than I've ever done on Twitch. Yeah. Like it wasn't even a planned stream. Like I didn't even advertise it or anything. And there was like consistently over 50 people watching. According to the analytics anyway. But that being said, it is a different animal than Twitch. So like, is 50 people a lot for YouTube? Who knows? Also, the earning potential is a lot different for YouTube. Because like for Twitch, there's like, you know, yeah, basically, I get the feeling in the long run, YouTube would probably be better for me because I'm really, really, really bad at like, at pushing the like, you know, subscribe to my channel and like give me bits and tip me and all that nonsense. Like, I'm really bad at that. So, like, to be honest, on Twitch, I only really started making money or like consistent money when I turned on ads. So, yeah. Or consistent income anyway. Because there's a certain break point that you need to get past to like get cashed out. So, yeah. And yeah. I just don't. Mainly because Twitch is owned by Amazon, and I'm just like, since I'm an affiliate, I only get like a sliver of what you're paying Amazon. So, yeah. I'd rather you like if you wanted to support me, do it through like Ko-Fi. It's part of why I like I don't keep streaming through ads. It's actually to dissuade people from subscribing. So like if you want to subscribe, sure. That's why I've started like cutting up the VODs into like hour-long segments. So, you know, if you do support the channel through subscriptions, you do get something extra. Because I do appreciate the subscriptions. I do. And I feel that if you do subscribe to the channel, you should get something. Which is why I do that now. Or which is why I've started to do that. I've lost all momentum on this project. Jeez. Wow, the captions are not bad. No. Except like that last bit. Oh, whatever. Apparently the captions are hit and miss. Just means I need to enunciate better. Need to do some cork training. Has been a hot minute since I've done any of that. Also, thank you, Drake Lance, for doing the Ko-Fi link. I'm always so hesitant for doing that. Yeah, I get the feeling that captions are... I mean, they're equivalent to like talk to text. So... You know... It's some type of AI programming, I'm assuming. It seems a little bit better than, I don't know, what's on my phone. Oh yeah. Tiger and I turn on the whatchamacallit, my brain is short-circuiting. Not to say that we engage in like anime piracy, but you know, anime subscriptions are expensive, so we go to some less than reputable websites every now and again. And they have AI generated captions, and sometimes they're just delightful. Just delightful. I can't think of any off the top of my head, but yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, wait. Yeah, there was one the other day. Because we were watching like one of our just a fantasy anime, and it like the line was an F rank adventurer, and the AI generation and AI generated subtitles uh was just like African, and we were just like, what? That's what you heard? Okay, I guess. Yep. I can't remember what the anime was. I think it might have been Water Magician. Not even close. It's like an isekai, like it's just like generic isekai nonsense. Oh, Drake Lance, thank you for the Ko-Fi care pack. Much love. Trying to remember what the heck I'm doing here. It's first thing in the morning, so I'm still waking up. First guess based on F rank adventurer. Fair enough. That's gonna get annoying. Um. Oh yeah. Which, and I was like, I can't remember if I was like watching an interview. It was either an interview or an article that I was reading the other day about uh the number of isekai animes that have been coming out. And uh also good morning, Hugh. Which for those that don't those in the audience that don't know what an isekai anime is, it is an anime where the main character is either reincarnated into another world or is summoned to another world. Or in like through some shenanigans, they find themselves in another world. I'm not entirely sure. Sure, I sure. I'm not sure if I haven't seen Turtles 3, but probably if it falls under that category, then yeah. on occasion, the person might be in like a new body. On occasion, they have the same body that they had before. There's no real formula. It just, as long as they are not on Earth anymore and they are in new plane, it normally falls under the isekai genre. So yeah. But the creator that the yeah, I think it was an article. The creator that the uh, the person who's writing the article was interviewing. It was kind of interesting because the creator was like talking about like how like so much of anime and manga is like being forced into like this box of like isekai anime, and it's because of like how popular they are in North America. And I'm just like, you're really gonna blame pandering to North American audiences on that? Interesting. Interesting. When like, yeah, that's what I was gonna bring up. Is like if you kind of like psychoanalyze as to why that genre is so popular, we can kind of get to the root of it, that it is based in like escapism. So if you just made an anime that gives that, or a manga that gives that escapism, you could make something new that's not an isekai. Just saying. Like Solo Leveling is not an isekai. However, it's very popular because it gave anyone who watched it some escapism, because it gave a alternate version of Earth. I'm not saying that the story was compelling, but you know, big explosions and pretty lights and action sequences do equate to escapism. Plus, yeah, the same reason why people play video games. Also, sorry, Toot, I was like bouncing between hyperfixations for the past like, good lord, Lord love a duck. Anyways, but A, thank you for the bits. B, good morning and or good time zone. And yeah, Kohaku, I have noticed that too, that there has definitely been like a shift from like, how am I going to get back to the people who love me, to like the main character genuinely does not like their life and would and yeah, a prime example is like the wrong way to use healing magic. If you watch that anime, like the main character in that, he literally describes himself in one of the first scenes as like a background character. And he like, it's super cute. He like saves like a bird's nest falls down and he like puts it back up. And like, yeah, and then he like, gets pulled through to the other world. Also, morning Harold, y'all know what I mean. Good time zone Harold. And yeah, the wrong way to use healing magic will forever be like one of my favorite anime. I really hope it gets to this season 2. Mainly because it's one of the rare ones that it is not a harem anime. It's so hard to find one that is not that. How are we? We're doing good. It's a good morning. It also has the dang, I'm not sure what the actress's name is. Mainly because I don't really know. I want to say her first name is Catherine. She voices Urza in Fairy Tale. She has like one of the most memorable voices in voice acting. And like when you hear her voice, you're just like, yep. To the point where like I had to replay a scene in Solo Leveling so many times to like get my boyfriend to like realize that that was the same actress, because she normally plays like the you know the like the powerful, like I'm a beat 'em up characters, and then in Solo Leveling she's like the mom and like the caring, and she's so gentle, and my boyfriend's just like, that can't be her, and I'm just like, that's her. And I'm just like, this is something I didn't know I needed in my life, was that actress saying, oh, what's the line? Was like saying, hey, sweet boy, and like telling the main character that they did a good job. And I'm just like, I didn't know I needed that in my life, but apparently I did. Yeah, sorry. For some reason, I got onto anime. I don't even know how. And then, the ADHD took me away. And take me away, a secret place. I got a pocket full of sunshine. I'm gonna love, and it's all mine. Oh, your time zone fears. I had one of the most random shower thoughts the other day, with like a homemade air turbine. Does that not sound like the most tiny dragon shower thought ever? And I fixated on it so much that I like called my boyfriend from the other room and was like, could this be possible? And he's just like, I'm pretty sure it's already a thing. And I'm just like, yeah, but like, could you make it from like stuff from the hardware store? And he's just like, I don't see why not. I just don't know enough about air turbines. Uh, but how was your day going, K Fierce? Well, juggling Halloween props. Fantastic. Okay. I think I want to find where... Ah, there it is. Hey there, Hot Cocoa. Thanks. Thanks so much for the follow. Welcome to the Tiny Horde. And I hope your day's going well. Tiny reminder, if there's anything I can help you with, please let me know. Okay. So, I literally have decided to change the entire idea of this plot. I'm thinking more mansion with a driveway. And it's not because and it's not only because I don't want to do the lines on the road, but partially. Hmm. Um, although literally just realized that I probably should, for once in my life, make the house before doing the landscaping, because it is going to involve a couple of ghost walls. And we do need a lot of room for to do ghosting now. Let's fire up the switch. Apparently it needs an update, because of course it does. That's okay. Gives me a moment to clean up a few things. Any idea what the update was for? Was it just a... there we go. I'm guessing it was just like a system update. Oh, wait. Wrong account. That moment when... Doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doo. Where's my... Hold, please. Long car we're running today. That's okay. And while Tiger is loading in, we can just do the setup on our PC. Theoretically, anyway. Heckin' limitations. Yeah. We won't be able to blow out the walls on the ground harvest house like we would like here, which is fine. On to the last section on your scarf. Right on. Gosh darn it. Forgot my Noah board. Still need that heckin'. Okay. The switch is loaded in. There we go. As I said, crack clown cart we're running today. How can I help, Harold? Is it possible to place a plate upside? Um. Huh. I mean, in what way? Okay, there we go. You want to make what resembles an @ symbol. Oh, an A symbol. Sorry, I assume you mean the @ symbol, yeah? So like shift 2. Oh, sorry, no. You want to make a symbol for a drum. Okay, there we go. Like for a drum kit. I got you now. Took me a second, but gotcha. I mean, one sec. I mean, you could place it upside down on a pillar if you use the rug trick. So yes. It is possible. Hmm. Guess we'll see if this is enough to stuff that. Yeah. Here's hoping. Here's hoping that's enough. I can never remember who does what. Fiddlesticks. Forgot about that. Hmm. Come on, I'm oh so clever. I didn't say also, I said oh so clever. Stupid subtitles. Very seldom am I full of myself. Come on. Okay, let's just pick up a bunch of stuff. Set of drumsticks. I mean, for that, I would just use turned around cutlery. Maybe. I might be able to come up with something better, given enough time. Beautiful. Okay. Okay. Round 2. You're welcome. Wait, why am I doing 3 again? I only need 2. Yeah, what the heck? We'll have an extra. Yeah, I should have seen that coming. Yes. It is, yes. The I'm guessing you might have missed. I mean, yeah. So I just would use a. I mean, you don't need to use a pillar per se. You could use any building block, and then just to ignore collision, rug, turn it into a rug. There we go. A, you're welcome. B, sorry, trying to multitask. I looked down just at the right time to turn on my, because I forgot to turn on Mix It Up today. But luckily, yay. So our self-care break warning should be on time-ish. We should just send Tiger home, because we shouldn't need him, but we might need him, who knows. Mm. Oh, sugar. I didn't do the thing. Too many moving parts. I have no idea what's going to happen right now. Because we were supposed to swap plots, then leave. Go. I'm sure this will be fine. uh, But that being said, since Automatic Tiny Dragon would have, like, I just turned him on, the notification would not have started, or will not start for another hour. So I do apologize. So this one bit out of nowhere. So we will be switching to a be right back screen, everybody. The ghost balls didn't work. Sugar. See you soon. Sorry, I forgot to have like my cushion on my chair. It's a very old chair. Okay, let's. You know what? We'll only do. We'll only do two. Mm, Did it hurt? There we go. Also, welcome back, everyone, from the break. All right, let's get the tiger back here. Which this is kind of why I can't wait for the tailor tickets to allow us to dye the outfits so I can make mine and Tiger's outfits not as matching. Because I did want us to like kind of match, but not this much. Yeah, this was a little bit, yeah, a little bit too much. Maybe I should have put him in the overalls. After all, he is the between the two of us, he is the more butch one anyway. Okay, now remembering how we did this before. Tiger grabbed the house and rotated it, I think. And then we moved the back end. And here we go. And you know what? We're just gonna. Hopefully, this doesn't make him crash out. You never know with the Switch. Though I am kind of curious if it's just because we didn't do the proper step. I am really hoping that they didn't like intentionally make the bubble bigger just to break ghost walls again. Though I would not put it past S6. Oh, shoot. No, wait. Yeah, no, our alerts were working. There's switch. Fantastic. Okay. That moment when you realize that you did it with the wrong size of room. Oh, but it might still work. No, not even close. Of course not. Of course it won't. No. Of course not. Why would it? Why would it? Why would it work? Fiddlesticks. It's okay. It's okay, everyone. You know what they say, third time's the charm. Or I think we're on 347. uh, okay. So how are we supposed to do this? Although, you know what? I don't want to, like, just waste the fact that we have a couple of walls deleted, because we might want to use those somewhere. Although, have I had a sugar overload this morning? No, but I am mildly hungover. It was Tiger's mom's birthday yesterday. So, yeah. And normally I don't drink. And I am such a lightweight now, apparently. So like after uh what was it? Like a glass of wine and a beer and then a glass of prosecco, I was like, no, I did not balance the I was hoping I didn't actually say that, gosh darn it. On the biscuit. Oh, that moment when you feel so much shame. Uh, Tiny tips, children. Oh, I mean, maybe. Dragon got a bit tipsy a week or two ago, and then thought it would be a good idea to play Palia at like an ungodly time in the morning or in the middle of the night, and then had a very interesting conversation with Harold. And yeah, and Harold was like, go to bed, and Dragon was just like, I'm drunk. Never doing that again. Because I am not that age anymore. I was I was broken for like 2 3 days. I did, yeah. I think that was probably my biggest shock. Like when I woke up the next day, was there was no mess anywhere. It like because I you know I was expecting to like have like, I don't know, some mess somewhere. Nope. Luckily, my all of the genetics that I was blessed with, you know, they technically have high alcohol tolerances. So like, Scottish, Irish, Western European. Ah, why I do that? But that doesn't mean that you're free from hangovers. Hangovers are nature's punishment. That they're a reminder that you did something stupid last night. Oh yeah, I I have been noticing that like the older I get, I'm just like, the more the phrase "I never want to drink again" comes out of my mouth. Okay, sorry, Tiger, we're booting you again. There we go. Done with your scarf? Nice. Enjoy your lurk, Drake. Weave in the ends. Were you doing like hand knitting or Were you, or was it crochet or nice? I still need to take another crack at crocheting. I still, it's still, I don't know what crocheting is the devil's science to me. Hey, Star Windy. Thanks for saying hello. Um, wait. Did we muck it up again? Oh no, this will work. Maybe. But I think we did muck it up again. Because of course we did. Aw. Hey, Grandma. Which, for anybody lurking, you guys don't have to, like, say hi. I appreciate, like, you guys, like, popping in to say hi. You don't have to. And don't feel pressured into doing that. Okay. You need help. You're trying to do the glass lattice. It won't group select the wall plus the pavers and the pillars. So far you have the top. Thank thank you for bringing this up. Sorry, let me back it up. Thank you for bringing this up, Coco, because someone actually posted something on. Actually, I'm wondering if it was. Yeah. Anyways, somebody posted something on that specific tutorial that they were having struggles with, like placing things. And I'm wondering if something has gone awry. Though that being said, or these, I was watching the video or the tutorial kind of half asleep. Because it has been a hot minute since I made that tutorial. Paver roulette. How I hate you. There are very few things in Palia that I can say that I actually despise. Paver roulette. Paver Roulette is actually probably the only thing that I like truly despise. I have no idea if that's enough. I guess we'll see. Uh, though luckily, Coco, any solution that I come up with on PC uh, should work. Or actually, sorry, not should, will work, because I make a point to come up with solutions that are cross-compatible. So it will work for Switch players, PS5, etc. Having a Mac instead of a PC. Yeah. I've always been curious about like Macs, though I've heard when it comes to like gaming, they're not the best. as I said, that's just what I've heard. That was a very long time ago. Oh, son of a biscuit. And I just realized that a recent change that S6 did this patch did actually break a part of the tutorial because, of course, it's not a massive part, but I think in a section of that tutorial, I do utilize the these pavers' ability to lock together. It's not a big thing. It's a small thing. Sorry, I will use, since we are coming up with a solution for console players. There we go. Sorry, my brain stalled out there for a moment. I will do my best to remember to use my Q and E keys. And tiny reminder that when I use Q and E, the equivalent for you guys is your L and R. Come on. There we go. This should be enough for what we want to do. Hey, Aaron. And yeah, it really is. And then when I use Alt, that'll just be your left bumper. So on Switch, that's ZL. 2, 3. Yeah. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That should mirror them. Good. It's not going to be a perfect lattice, like in the video, but we're just going to make a mini version, just for sake of time. I mean, it's not perfect, but the general concept is there. And I'm just trying to remember. Right, in the video, the whole purpose of having, it's because, yeah, there we go. If you have a second pillar on the end, that's when you start having collision issues. Because if you have two, so just like like one pillar, it's fine. But if you have a second one, oh, now you've gone too far. Which is why the wall was necessary. I was trying to remember why the wall was necessary. That's why. This game, I tell you. And now, the question. You're trying to do the glass lattice, but it won't group select the wall plus the pavers and pillars. So if I remember, I'm assuming the step that you're at, correct me if I'm wrong, Coco, but I'm assuming you're at the step where you're trying to pick up everything, like this. Alright, so it was the step before using the wall with the double pillars. Okay. Hmm. If I had to guess, I mean, as I said, I made a smaller version of this. Let me go look at the bigger version, because it has been a hot minute since I've made it. And I definitely don't want you to have to start from scratch. Actually, I should still have the blueprint kicking around. That's why I make things like that. Yay, there it is. Okay. Oh, Lord. So you guys probably couldn't see that because of the image. I accidentally grabbed my courtyard that is like not attached to anything, and it always makes me. It always gives me heart palpitations when that happens because I can't redo that. This is not possible anymore. All right. So let's see this. So it was a 7x3 grid. And as well, in the tutorial, I do have everything set up in an east to west orientation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. Then for positioning, it was 4 on the bottom, 2 on the top. Yeah, we're just gonna. Now the reason why there are holes is that we didn't make the massive pieces. So we just need to rectify that. So this one here is supposed to be a big one. Same with this one. So the top two. That one is okay in its current size. This one is supposed to be a asymmetrical big piece. I just need to remember which. Yeah, piece goes right there. And so that side needs an extra. Yeah, as Harold mentioned, also make sure that you are in an east to west orientation. And I will demonstrate in a moment why that matters. Actually, I'll demonstrate right now why it matters. Do I have any wooden pillars? So when you get to the placing on the wooden pillar part, if you are not in an east to west orientation, so if you see right now I'm in a north to south orientation, your wall is going to only snap to the two sides of your pillar. However, if you're in a east to west orientation, your wall will snap to the middle of the pillar. You do not know how many questions I have gotten about the wall not snapping to the center of the pillar, and I've just been like, what orientation is your wall in? And or your setup? And yeah. And if anyone is wondering why that was not included in the video, because at the time, I didn't even know. Yeah. Yeah. I did not figure out that it was a orientation problem until after I published that video. Did I think I figured it out. Ooh. soft I figured it out. Possibly I figured it out with help. Seraph, have you been having issues with that? Yeah, it's all good. Yeah. Hey, I mean, like for myself, and I think I'm pretty sure I even mentioned like in the video or in the tutorial that like you need to have the pillar like close to the ground, and that is what helps it snap to the center. Because that's what I thought was helping it, but nope. Not even close. It was just that anytime I had like rotated it and had it close to the ground, it was always in that orientation. Uh, I do make myself laugh sometimes. Sugar. You're going to... Oh no, good luck. You can do it. I believe in you. Automatic tiny dragon, you're a little bit early. But that does mean that our next self-care break is coming up pretty soon. How dare you be premature? I think Automatic Tiny Dragon is just excited that I actually turned him on. He just wants to be helpful. Okay, yep. Oh, biscuits. No, what? No, sugar. Uh, yeah. Oh, wait, what? Oh, fantastic. Apparently I didn't actually place it. Fantastic. I love when that happens, when I don't actually wreck something. Nervous laughter. Okay. Nope. Did I, is that, I think that's right. But yeah, and then from here, it should just be emphasis on the should. 32, so. As long as you center the wall on the paver, you should be able to place it betwixt. Yeah, there we go. Because it should be like perfectly on the grid. It's like perfectly between the two squares. I think that looks right. There's the secondary notification. Yep, it's right. This is probably the first time that I've made this on air. And also the first time I've made this again in, or I've recreated this in Lord knows how long. In any case, it is time for our self-care break, so I'm going to switch to the Be Right Back screen. I'll see everybody shortly. All right, and we're back, everybody. Sorry, I was just grabbing a cup of. Ooh. Definitely should have done like an Americano. Or I guess. Or no, I guess it wouldn't be a Canadiano. It's what I was calling like freezing my coffee and then. Or no, what was I doing? I was chilling my coffee and then adding water to it. And then I was calling Canadiano. And I know you're just like, how is that different than just like cold brew? And well, cold brew, as I did some research, uh, is actually like the grounds are like soaked in cold water. Thus, brewed cold. As opposed to like brewing hot coffee and then throwing it in the fridge. Which any coffee connoisseur that I've told that to has like gotten a crucifix and is just like, "Begone, demon!" And it's like, what? I like cold coffee. And they're just like, then make cold brew. And I'm just like, do you know how long cold brew takes to make? A long time. My ADHD won't allow that. Absolutely not. Oh yes, of course. Heck in micro variations. Mm-hmm. I think I see where people might be having problems. Oh, wait. Eh. Because in the tutorial, yeah. I place this wall with a rug. And yeah. Yeah. I mean, I've never heard of it before. But that does not mean that it doesn't exist. Hmm. It's a bit like a Denny's. If it's like Denny's, I get the feeling that probably not. Mainly because I feel like Denny's is the type to be territorial and Canada doesn't have the same kind of laws that America does. They make a super sweet cold brew. Interesting. I, when it comes to, like, I guess I didn't explain the reason as to why I do that with my coffee. Because I don't just do it for the shiggles. Fun fact about coffee. If you like, if you brew it cold, it actually can reduce the acidity of it. Yeah. So if you're someone who like black coffee makes your stomach upset, it's normally due to the acidity of coffee. So if you take steps to reduce that, which there are several ways, and yeah, making cold brew is one of them. Another one, as I found, if you wash eggshells, this one was really weird. If you wash eggshells and then you grind them up and then add them to your coffee grounds, you can also reduce the acidity of the coffee. I have not tried that one yet. Yeah, right? That one was weird. I was just like, that sounds like some, yeah, haven't been that bold yet. Okay. This one isn't fully complete. Why isn't it complete? It's because this one is missing. I mean, I mean, in all fairness, it is, you know, you are here. And, you know, I am taking questions, so not that insane to ask me something like that. Yeah, there we go. So it'll go in there as long as you do all the things. And as long as that wall doesn't get bumped up. That's the important bit. I might just toss a couple ice cubes in there. Actually, awesome. Much better. I made myself an iced coffee this morning because there was leftover coffee from yesterday, and waste not, want not. I already felt the cringes from people. But I mean, it was in. We have a coffee pot that is like sealed, so like it like brews down, and it's not like open to like bugs can't get in it or anything. So it's perfectly fine. So I just like pour it over ice, add some cream. No different than what you get at like Starbucks or Tim Hortons. Um, Trying to think of how we, because truth be told, I did see, or I have started seeing people use this lattice outside of like the original design that I posted, which I should have seen that coming. And in the original one, or in the original tutorial that I made, this one right here covers up this gap by having a 2 pillar long, I think, which was okay for that design because it like goes into the the whole of, what am I trying to say here? It goes into the courtyard. There we go. That thing. So those pillars that stick out just like go into that. But if you're not using that, I might do another one of this. Yeah. That's the one that I've seen is like placing it into building blocks a lot. Which, and if you were gonna do that, just a quick modification for that I would recommend is, instead of doing the longer ones here and here, to just have a straight piece here. So having 4 on the top, 4 on the bottom, where like the original design looks like that. And then this version is just a little bit more contained. And then I just need to remember. We need to compress. We need to compress something. Actually, I'm not even sure if I have enough wood pillars to make this. Where's our materials list? All right. 32, 12 wooden pillars. There we go. Oh, we have enough. Fantastic. But it does mean, yeah. So on, oh, this is annoying. That's 4. So we can press them down by 1. And that'll make 3. Wee-oo. I don't know why my math skills suck today. And we will need, yes, we have 7 and 7, and then 3 and 3. So we'll need a 3 for each side, basically. That, you're probably right. I do keep forgetting that. Here we go. There we go. Now, each of those are 7. Each of those are 3. And now we get to do shenanigans. I think that should be how it goes. Actually, we want to make it the easiest. We want it to end on this one, so we can place our lattice into it. Oh, that being said, I think we will still need to like rotate the full thing. Yeah, we do. This is why it's important to have a lot of space. It's probably coming in contact with the well. Hey, Neo. How's your day going, hon? Oh, I know what. Humaniacal laughter. I mean, it's kind of the same one. It's just made of stone. Fiddlesticks. We did it in the wrong orientation. Tiny reminder that it does matter which one you start with. It's not the end of the world, because everything is just attached to, where is it? Everything is attached to this pillar here. If we take everything off, it's not the end of the world. So we can recover from this. Not easily, but we can recover from this. Basically, we just would take off this. Yeah, that's the end plan. Or the end goal. Actually, we might just do that instead of attempting to put it into this frame. Although, I wonder if I have any iron. Because I wouldn't mind having, like, I'm not sure if 17 is enough. We would need 7 and 7 and which is 14 plus 6 would be 20. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is going to be interesting. Yeah, so the frame will need to have actually the corner being 8. because the interior grid. And how would we embed it? I'm thinking just a rug. At least we could try a rug. I mean, it's not bad. I would prefer if it, I think I am just going to tear it apart because I don't want that wooden pillar showing. Yeah. C'est la vie. Them's the breaks of using group select. One misstep and you have to redo everything. So the measure twice, cut once type deal. Yeah, I thought that was going to happen. Biscuits. Right. That one. Forgot that there was an order that these were supposed to go in. There we go. And then the small ones. Here. And here. Remove that one so we can put the placement wall back in. And then good to go. And then, yeah, from the looks of it, it should slot, just gotta think about this. There we go. Just have to think about how it's going to go in. Still no. Sugar. Can we just rotate it? We cannot. It's not placing the way I want. Yes, I want it to go. It's just so much easier with pillars. Gotta love prototyping. Is it because I need a Goldberg machine? We shouldn't. Okay. I think it might just be that we need to settle for good enough. Which isn't the worst thing in the world. Alright, so we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more blocks. Not bad. Kind of the opposite of what the original was, and I kind of like it. Not like the exact opposite, but you know, how the original had metal mixed with wood. This one has stone mixed with metal, so there's still that natural mixed with refined. Is kind of the concept that I'm getting at. Oh, that being said, I think I did miscalculate how many we were going to need. Sugar. One, two, three, 4, 5. 6, 7. How'd that happen? Who knows? Doesn't matter. There we go. Thanks, Leonin. I'm kind of curious. Huh. Doesn't perfectly fit in that wall, but pretty dang close. I wish I could say I planned that, but definitely more of a happy accident. No, sugar. I just realized that our switch probably timed out. Yeah, it sure did. I think we needed to redo our ghost wall, but then got distracted by this. Thanks, ADHD. Thanks for being a friend. Oh no, wait. I think we did redo them. Just not sure if they'll work or not. Ugh. Let's see. I don't think so, because I think we still can't apply textures to these. Oh. Hey, baby. Hello. He has a day off today.
But I'm on my way out to take my mom home.
Okay. See you.
See you.
I'll have to tell him about the tiger sighting when he gets back. He loves the tiger sightings. But shh. I didn't tell you guys that. Interesting. Hmm. Okay. This might work. This might be okay. Hmm. Um. Oh, right. No. Yes, there we go. So the idea that I was going with, or I was thinking of anyway, is that we were going to have the Grand Harvest House. Thank you, I love you. I forgot my Switch case in the car last night. Brain, please function. Right, Legrand, and then have large rooms going off of either side. And then we'll be tying in the alchemist rooms to make like a mansion type deal. That's the plan anyway. We'll see how this goes. For now, however, it is time for our self-care break. So I will be switching to the Be Right Back screen, and I will see everyone shortly. Much love, everybody. Alright, and we're back, everybody. Just gotta figure out what our play is here. Because the end goal is definitely for like a, you know, we want a haunted house-esque. Such a nice scene. Thanks. Haunted house-esque plot. At least that's the, or not haunted house, more just like, I don't know, creepy mansion is the new vibe, I guess. So we probably should start with the top down. Deciding on a roofing. I'm thinking something dark. Or metallic. Of course, we could go with something risque. Preparing for Halloween. Yeah, you know, we're almost there. It is the 30th now, so tomorrow is October 1st. And I feel like I haven't, or at least like in the past, I haven't done as much in the way of like, you know, not that I'm required to do like seasonal content, but you know, couldn't hurt. And, you know, I think it might be a nice challenge for myself. Okay. You know, let's. I think a good place to start might be looking for some like inspiration pictures. So, like, Gothic mansion. I hate that the first thing that pops up is like a Minecraft build. And it's like, thanks. That's not what I wanted in the slightest. Uh, Did I take a screenshot from last year's? I did not. Look at the angles in the Ravenwood. Uh, I'm sorry. I should be more specific in what I'm looking for. I'm at the moment I'm looking for like a roofing texture and like what color. Yeah. That's what inspiration I'm looking for right now. Because I'm not quite sure what I want to go for right now. I'm thinking the iron might be the play though. Because that's actually not bad. From the like the tiny bit of like cursory research that I was just doing. The iron actually is a decent option for what is this called? It's called the glazed roofs tile roof. And funny enough, it actually even the flavor text is actually a little bit on point. It says centuries of artisans worked to perfect uh, the slope of these glazed tiles for warding off rain and evil spirits. And the best part for anybody out there who is not really a fan of using glitches, this one's a roofing texture, so you don't need to do anything weird. Because I do know that it can be a pain, especially to get textures on the roof of the Grand Harvest House. Ugh. I was not looking forward to doing that again, let me tell you. The last time we did that, oh. All right. Let's make this a little bit more interesting. While still kind of keeping the vibe. Or at least trying. Yeah, a few things that I am seeing when it comes to like uh gothic manners. I'll just instead of just like describing them, I'll just like save a bunch of them and I'll share them. Of course, that one would. You know, fine. Then we'll use a screenshot then. I love it when Google Images decides to be difficult, as if I don't have workarounds for that. All right, I think that should be enough. Here's the first image. Of course, it's hecking massive. As you can see, we have a lovely kind of tower right in the center that I think we will kind of emulate with our Grand Harvest House. The most difficult thing, yeah, that is kind of I was gonna was trying not to come right out and say it, but that is kind of the feeling that I wanted to go for, was a bit of the monsters. Here's the second one I found. Oh, and that one's much smaller. The resolution on this image is not great, but I love the tile work on this one. It's very nice. The roof is so slick. Yeah. We all know that I am a sucker for a good arch. There is the mud brick and mortar that we could try. The gypsum might be a little bit closer. This is, oh Lord, and of course this one's much bigger, of course. This one is mainly for like the entryway. And I think this one might be more of like a townhome, or at least it might have been like converted into one. But again, we see like that second story with the windows and kind of a terrace. So I do think that is something that we are going to want to have, is a terrace on the second story. And then this one, again, even bigger. I This does look, I think this is American architecture, and this is a three story. But that's just fantastic. And some of you might be wondering how you can differentiate between American and European. American architecture, more often than not, uses a lot more timber construction, and European uses a lot more stonework. That's That's the big thing. So, but I don't think this is a church. I'm pretty sure that this was. Yeah, no. This one's tagged as Gothic mansion. It just kind of looks like a church. Because of the this that main uh like it with a church it would be a steeple. I'm in a house it would be referred to as a tower. A tower, I think. That's fair. But yeah, this is gonna be fun. Which I think with the usage of the alchemist rooms, we might actually be able to. Let me grab the first image because I really did like. I'm a sucker for this curvature here. And I think if we like blow out the walls on both stories of the alchemist, we can create that curvature out of building or out of builder's materials. It'll just be tying it all into like the rest of the construction. That's going to be the fun part. But yeah, I am going to do my best to not make this build take forever in a day because I'm not exactly going to do this as a speed build, but I want this to be something that players can feasibly replicate in a reasonable amount of time. Okay, which I think, yeah, right, and that's the other important thing as well, as Harold just mentioned, is and actually decorate too. So, yeah. Did I make electricity wire? I mean, kind of. It was kind of a thought experiment that Mayway was having issue or Mayway is making a back alley scene and was like, what could I use for power lines basically? And I was just like, ugh. uh, we could use spring fever garden edging, I guess. uh, part of... So I think I'm going to just do away with this over here. And just pop back to the ghost plot. No idea why we popped up there. Okay, so yeah, it should be that one. And this one. Yeah, it is one of yeah, actually one of the biggest things that the game lacks is uh some kind of rope slash wire item. Mm. But I have pictures after. I can. But as well, today's stream will be live, or will be public after then after I cut it up into hour-long segments for the subscribers. There we go. Oh, biscuits. I forgot that I did. It's okay. But yeah. You take a rest, hon. Let's figure out the particulars of this. Because I am starting to think that we might actually have to redo those ghost walls. Maybe. Let's see. Hmm. I mean, it works, but I hate it. Just because it takes up so much space. Hmm. Yeah. I just want to make sure that we are taking off the, or picking up the right rooms. Oh, I guess while we're here, we probably should do our dailies. Albino eel and silk thread. Oh, biscuits. Do I even have an albino eel anymore? Fiddlesticks. I appreciate it, but if I don't, I um I am just gonna go catch a starred one. So I have one on hand for next time this comes up. I appreciate it though. Grr. Displeased tiny dragon noises. Mainly displeased with myself at my destruction of my horde. Because I did have you know, I did have all the fish. And then I started liquidating. And I liquidated too much. Okay, we're just gonna run to the underground. Sorry everyone, just taking a tiny detour. Oh, which tiny reminder to anyone who has a significant other who might be on hiatus. So like, who has a significant other who was playing the game and who might come back at some point. You know, kind of like myself. Because, you know, I have Tiger who does play the game and might come back at some point. Probably will eventually. Reminder that completion of this month's bulletin board actually matters. Last month didn't really matter too much because like the completion reward was like nameplates. This month it's recipes. So I would highly recommend that the bulletin board get completed. I remember when I like first started playing Palia, so many bat rays got away because of how the animation is. Was that me? That was me. I got so aggro. The important thing is, right? Jeez. At the end of completing all of the board things, you get the rancher decor recipes. So that is the, like, and it doesn't even like show you it. Yeah. It's I really hope they don't actually do this, but I think they mentioned that, yeah, so it doesn't really show it anywhere on the board, like literally nowhere. It's just when you complete the entirety of the board, you go and you talk to Budru, and then it goes through a dialogue and whatnot, and I won't say any more than that because, you know, spoilers. And then at the end of it, he gives you the recipes. So. But yeah. Important thing is best to do it before the next patch drops. Mainly because S6 said that they're they're probably going to add those items to the ranching store, which I hope they don't actually do that. But I mean, I guess at least you'll still be able to get them, but you'll have to spend ranching metals to get them. So, personally, I would rather craft these items. But that's just me. Okay, albino eel. You know what? We'll organize these later. Actually, I think the rays go in here. Mutated angler. I now have 2 of those. Sweet. That was my second star quality one ever. Anywho. And then the last, or yeah. Sorry everyone. heckin' ADHD. Let's see if this works. Oh my gosh, I had one silk thread left. I think that was all that was needed, was one. Yay! We're putting that in the lockbox. So we don't accidentally craft that. One silk thread. From what I understand, when they mentioned rerolls, you get that many rerolls per month. So yes, they regenerate, but it's per patch cycle. So not per month, sorry, per patch cycle, you get 10. From what I've seen so far, only one has really been problematic. Or I think one. Yeah. Tiger got Tiger, or because I've been doing Tiger's dailies because, you know, I'm a dutiful boyfriend like that. Jeez. That's sorry. Anyways, I just saw the subtitles and it said that I'm a beautiful, beautiful boyfriend. I did not say that. Anyways, moving on. He got one that was sweet berry pie, which we do not have a recipe for sweet berry pie. So I have no idea how we were supposed to get that. So I re-rolled that one. Beyond that, like for the most part, I've like I don't think I've actually like gone out and done anything since like the first time or like the first day. Because after that, we kind of realized that you could just like take things out of your box and or like pick up decor. And so like even what was it? Like Tiger had catch 5 bushwing dragonflies, whatever the tier 1 dragonfly is, but he only had 1 star quality one. So I just like picked it up, placed it down, picked it up, placed it down, picked it up, placed it down 5 times, and it counted. Oh, probably. Most likely anyway. I wish there was a way to just punch a hole in the side of the Grand Harvest House. Mm. Oh, wait. Hmm. The wheels are turning. I might just be making this entire thing too complicated. Although the annoying bit is definitely going to be like making the roof connect somehow. Hmm. Hmm. This isn't gonna be easy, but I feel like it could work. Just gotta make sure we pick a flooring. Yeah, let's just go for the reclaimed. Because, you know, that's generally the one that works. Then like it's only really like the foyer that would be tiled. Possibly the kitchen. Like the kitchen area would be tiled as well. As well as bathrooms, probably. Although not in, actually, not in this era, actually. Hey Angie, happy Tuesday. Thanks. Although, yeah, the annoying part about this, however, would be that the roof is gonna stick through the upper floor. That's the only thing. I thought I was being so clever too. Maybe we just go with a hallway instead. That was a little bit less intrusive. Hmm. wonder. No, okay, wait. What happened there? Back. Biscuits. That's not what I wanted to do. Okay. Here we go. This back wall, we want to open it into a doorway. Front. Let's open it because we wanted this one to be our curve. Okay, and then if we move, see if we move this away. So we move this to the other side. How close can we make this? Pretty dang close. Okay. So we might be able to do like a synchronized placement with the two. But we'll probably want to save that for after the break. So I will be switching to the Be Right Back screen. And I will see everybody once all that is done. Much love, everybody. And welcome back, everyone. All right. We have Tiger visiting our plot. Is there a way to sync log cabin fencing? Yeah. Personally, I would probably go with just using a platform or like attaching it to a present if you have one. Yeah, no, it won't. And as well, it isn't attached to the. It won't attach to your like it won't attach to a terrace outright. Same with the present, it won't attach to it outright. Is yeah. You just place it, it'll float. But if you group select it on, it'll attach. So yeah. Sorry. They It's not that the presents work differently. It's the groups, like you need to group select it on. It's group selecting versus just placing it. But when you sing something with a present, I wasn't aware that presents worked differently, if I'm being honest. Yeah. I apologize. So in that case, I would most likely like let's see if this works. Cool. Oh. I mean, not necessarily. They could be acting strangely. I don't use presents that much since they're not in season. Yeah. Gosh darn it. The worst part is it's my nicotine spray. If it like gets in my throat, it starts giving me the hiccups for whatever reason. All my roommates are gone. All my roommates are gone at the moment. I'm glad. It's it's okay. It's okay. The one moment or the one time it would actually be kind of handy to have another person, and all of the other people are gone. Yeah, they are. Scrunchy dragon face. Mm. pretty much. Especially because, you know, I have a louder voice than most people. I'm okay. Normally, they're not this bad. Okay. My gosh, can I continue on with my... Yeah, I do see what you mean. Yeah, occasionally you do need, how much, how much more did I need to add? I want to say it was like a dessert plate or a dinner plate. I think a dinner plate was enough. Yeah. It used to be enough. But then S6 changed the way the rules worked. I forgot about that. So now you actually need the top of the present to be showing. No more hidden presents. Nope, no siree. Yep, I forgot about that. Oh. Okay. So that still doesn't work. Okay. Mm-hmm. OS6. Why? Why do you do it? I'm so glad I didn't make any tutorials on this. And I'm very glad that I didn't make my, because I was going to make a hidden yardwork terrace tutorial, but not anymore. I doubt that'll work. So I guess just just one sec, because we can still get there. We can. It's just annoying. Because yeah, if S6 thinks that this will stop me, they have another thing coming. Oh, we're trying to sink fencing. Which, I mean, and with how much work this is right here, I like, actually, you know what? Forget the present, because forget it. Because at this point, the present isn't even worth it. It isn't. Yeah. No, you don't. Um, anything that you have. So the thing with changes like this, and I haven't said this in a while, so it's perfectly fine. Uh, whenever changes like this come in, 9 times out of 10, they aren't retroactive. So, like, just because they broke how butterfly arches are made doesn't mean that all the butterfly arches that have been made fall apart. If that makes sense. The way I used to say it was, just because S6 breaks the tool doesn't mean that like what you make with the tool is broken. Yeah. Okay. What was I doing before this? Right. House. You're welcome. Mm, do 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 do. What's happening with the butterflies? I mean, you just can't do them anymore. Essex put in a change that you can't uh, you can't use the gourmet bowl to do the trick. I called it rotational bumping. So you can't like rotate the butterfly with the bowl on top and then place the butterfly down and then do it again. You can't do that anymore. Hmm. Right. I don't know why I always forget that I should do this. Let's just like put some kind of commonality down. So the issue isn't so the reason why rotational bumping worked the way that it did was it wasn't a matter of height. It was a matter of that you could take out the bowl afterwards. So while yes, you can use a dessert plate pile for about the same height, the issue is that you can't take the plate pile out afterwards. So you're now doubling the amount of items that you need to use. Yeah. No, it does. It doesn't. I mean, so it does not. Here, let me just. I'll hide the switch, and let me just demonstrate. Bowl, and then plate. Let me grab shelves, just to show side by side. Yeah, so here we have one bright-eyed butterfly with the dessert plate pile on top, and here we have one with a gourmet dessert bowl on top. Now, before this patch, we used to be able to tilt it one tick to the side and place a butterfly on top. Now, what used to happen was a phenomenon in the game used to take effect was called bumping. It still kind of happens down here. But we see that we get the something is in the way message. You always placed it afterwards. Interesting. Unfortunately, I was so hoping that that would have been the silver bullet, but sadly, it still doesn't seem to help. Now, if we do the same thing with the dessert plate pile, since we're technically doing something completely different, because the dessert plate pile actually has a placeable surface on top of it. But in all actuality, I wouldn't recommend a plate pile in this case. Can't you cancel place with the something is in the way message? Do you mean like obstacle flicking? Actually, yeah. Unfortunately, that does attach to the dessert plate pile still. However, yeah, if we, let me attempt an obstacle flick. I never really like using obstacle flicking. It does appear to have a slight window. Although it's not liking it. Can it be done with cancel placement? Yes. Technically, not easily though. Like, you would think that it would be as simple as just turn shelf, then turn shelf back, perform item cancellation, place butterfly. But it's not. It's more of a turn shelf, move shelf, because you need to account for this displacement here. So, can it be done? Yes. Easily? No. And that was the nice thing about rotational bumping, was it was easy. It was something that like you could explain to people and like anyone could pick up and anyone could do. So, which, yeah, rotational, like using rotational cancel placement or a rotational float, it's not something that I would say is beginner friendly. Let me see. So rotate it, and then we want to move it down into the side. And at this point, I don't think it'll even work on a building block. We might need an actual wall for this, because the snap points on a building block are not great. So here, down, and over, maybe. Holy sweet tea and biscuits. It's not perfect, but do I remember what I did? I mean, okay, so let's start at the crosshairs. Yeah, that's what the VOD is for. True enough. 441. So we straightened, we went down 1, over. Let's put these away. Let's get Magi for our item cancellations. Okay. So down 1 and then gotcha, I think. Down 1 tick. And then let's see how this goes. Oh, fiddlesticks. Yeah, no. You have to make sure to like rotate the shelf now before doing it. Okay, so now we should be good to down and over to that line. Correct the rotation. Item cancellation. Place the butterfly. Activate. Dang it. Of course. Okay. Yeah. You are not wrong. Ooh, so close. A headache is putting it lightly. But yes. Oh, wait. We might just need to crochet it. Close. But we're getting there. Okay. The internal screams are getting louder. Yeah. It's one of those things that, like, once you figure out exactly how it works and you can replicate it, it's not that bad. But it's figuring it out. Okay, so it was straighten down. 1, 2, 3. Take it off. Rotate. Straighten down. 1, 2, 3. I feel like that the cowboy from The Simpsons, who like shoots his guns and it's like 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Now, we can actually do this more efficiently. We can, because efficiency. We're at 4. Matrix overshot. Hey, Raiders, you came in a very, very interesting time. Welcome on in, Raiders. Much love, everybody. You came in mid-hyperfixation. If anybody needs to raid and run, please feel free to. If anybody wants to hang around as well, please feel free to. Currently, we're making butterfly curves because S6 broke butterfly curves, so we're making new ones. Because, well, we're here. And that's what we do here. We're the channel that S6 says we can't do something. We're just like, oh, well, watch me. But yeah, how was your stream, Matrix? I hope it was good. Okay, so rotate. place. Now straighten down, straighten down 1 tick, 2. We want the center. Straighten. It's a little bit harder because there are more butterflies as go. 1, 2, 3. Item cancellation. And place, take it off, should work. Yeah, that's what I want to see because efficiency. Yeah, that's right. Sorry. This goes in the suck it bucket. %. So because I did an item cancellation with that shelf, it prepped all of those butterflies for a rotational float. In a nutshell. But yeah, can definitely walk y'all through that. Because it's yeah, it's a little known trick. But it's very useful. Especially when doing something annoyingly tedious like this. Because rotational floating is literally the devil's work. And how do I even mark this out so I make it easier to view? There has to be a way. Because let me get a compass. Or let me get a few compasses. So, in a clamshell, we are starting here. And then we are ending. These we go down 1. And then we are going over 1, 2, and then to this line here. It's very precise. And it's very important to be precise. Yeah, I didn't think it was going to let us leave the compasses on there. We can try. Zoop. Zoop. Beautiful. So yeah, we're aiming for this line here. We're starting in the very center. And now we're going to group select 7 butterfly, or not 7. You don't need to group select 7. You can group select 6 because a butterfly, or half of a butterfly curve, is made up of brain please function. Or actually, if we just wanted to continue on this butterfly curve, we could just group select 6 more butterflies. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we'll just make it easier on ourselves and use crates this time. And ignore ATD there because he's a little bit ahead of the ads. And if you missed it, I did use our group select button with a wooden pillar to get our line of butterflies up there. Forgot to mention that. It's an important part. And now, once we have our floating butterflies up here, anything that we do with this shelf, so if we perform an item cancellation with this shelf, all of these butterflies will also be prepped for that float. So we're going to rotate it 1 tick. Now we're going to straighten it out, drop it down 1 tick, and then over 3 ticks. Now we're going to activate our item cancellation by pressing a number key with a decor item. A little bit more complicated if you're on console. You have to do a whole jump trick deal. But yeah. Now all these butterflies are prepped for that rotational float. So if we place this curve on here, all of these will now sink down. And we say suck it, S6, for breaking our freaking butterfly curves. Although make sure that it is lined up properly. So sorry about that. How many clicks? So from here, so it's 1 tick of rotation, and then we go down 1, and then over 3, and then item cancellation. So if I just mark it with our compasses again, zoop. Yeah, you got it? Sweet. And I finished just in time for our self-care break to come up. So I will be back in a few minutes, everybody. I'm just going to switch over to our Be Right Back screen. So I'll see everybody in a few minutes. If anybody wants another demonstration of that curve, I don't mind doing it again. Sorry, everybody. I was just shoveling some food in my mouth. Not sure why I mentioned where. Okay. Let me just get caught up on chat. Okay. So don't worry if that all went over your head, for one, because rotational floating is one of the most annoying things in in glitching. And in all actuality, part of it might be dependent on like doing it on this specific thing that I'm doing it on. I don't even know. Because it seemed like when I did it over here, it changed. Oh, the ads just ended? What? Stupid. The ads just ended? So you guys didn't catch any of that. Twitch lied to me. Or not Twitch, OBS lied to me. OBS told me that the ads ended like a while ago. Okay. In a nutshell, what I was what I was getting at was that I mean, you might be glad that you have ad blocker. I'm not. uh, I mean, that was all due respect. Rotational floating is a very annoying concept and very difficult to grasp that can change for any number of factors. For all I know, changing where you are from here. So if we have it placed here, and if we do the exact same thing, so have it rotated, and then down one tick, over 2, 3. Okay, it still is the same. Great. let's see if I can, because I had an idea to kind of like mark coordinates. Let me grab some dessert plates. Not dough. Dessert plates. 1, 2. And some ivy. This will make sense in a second. Let's see if this works. Oh my gosh. So we, ah, ah, it's great. Okay, so we're moving from here. So from that point, let's get out another dessert plate. I'm marking where our points are. I'm doing it on a different spot. And then, so we're moving down 1 and then over 3. So if that makes more sense. So we're starting here. And then we go down, then 1, 2, and then 3. Down. 1, 2, 3. Yep, 100%. Actually, the first time was just a shot in the dark, and it just kind of happened. And then it was trial and error to recreate what happened. Yeah. I wish I was kidding. But yeah. One sec, I need to get more butterflies. Oh, I guess I keep forgetting that people weren't here for my my the nonsense that happened on Friday. Oh, did I clean up everything? I did. Although that being said, if anyone has, oh no wait, yay, I didn't. I may or may not have had a impromptu stream on YouTube on Friday. Sorry. But yeah, I did make a. Oh yeah, no, I mean it. I mean there. It's because it was in the evening, and it just kind of happened, and so you definitely would have been in bed at that point. So like most like anyone that is like in Europe, it like definitely would have been in bed at that point because it started at like 4:30. Or yeah, it started when I normally sign off of Twitch. But yeah. Anyways, the what I was trying to get at here is I made a group select arch on Friday. I mean, not consistently, but like I did like a test stream on Friday just to kind of like get the first stream out of the way. You need the sidewing butterfly arch that I just showed. Well, I mean, the footage of me making it is up on YouTube because the like the VODs for YouTube are always are automatically up are are automatically uploaded to YouTube, which is which is was very nice and is very nice for that. Also, thank you. Yeah, it was definitely a different experience uh, streaming on YouTube. Oh yeah, it was great. It was fantastic. My viewership was like monumentally better than it ever has been on Twitch. And by like monumentally better, I mean like a concurrent viewership of like 53 people. So, and like I wasn't even doing it. I wasn't even doing anything that or that I was or that I thought was that impressive. Like it was mostly just like messing around with like testing BS. From a streamer point of view, what are the differences between YouTube and Twitch? YouTube doesn't have the like channel rewards Uh, so and doesn't have like channel points. So the like viewer engagement is a little bit less, or at least the viewer engagement is different. Uh, and like to the point where, yeah. I mean, that's fair. It probably doesn't help that, like, my branding is split between, like, since Twitch didn't let me have, like, a tiny dragon as a screen name, I had to take extra small tiny dragon. So it maybe if I like rebranded to Tiny Dragon Studios on Twitch, there might be it might be better. Actually, now that I think about it, maybe that might be the trick. Uh, what? But sorry. Because Neo did ask what my favorite would be. I can't. Since I've only streamed. Actually, I can't say that I've only streamed once on YouTube because I've only I've only done one Palia stream on YouTube. I have done several like music related streams with my roommate on YouTube. Uh, but even with those streams, they still were like there was minimal like viewer engagement. So it's definitely a different animal than Twitch. So it's much more of a it's two different kinds of content. As long as you enter into it realizing that, I think you're okay. And it's kind of like comparing apples to oranges, I think. What am I going to do with Blue Protocol? That's a good question. Since Blue Protocol is such a community game, I probably will do Twitch. And and it's also new. And yeah, just because then like people can engage with it a bit more. And like if I could stream to both YouTube and Twitch, I would. But since I'm not a Twitch partner, I'm just an affiliate. I'm not allowed to. If I was a Twitch partner, I could stream to both, but I'm not, yeah. Someday. But it's very difficult to become a Twitch partner. What can we do to change that? Oh, yeah. I understand, or at least the last time I looked at like becoming a Twitch partner. Hey, Scion. Welcome to the Tiny Horde. Thank you so much for the follow. If there's anything you need help with, please don't hesitate to ask. If you're just here to hang out, by all means, feel free to lurk. We are a lurk-friendly channel. What was I saying before that? Right. Twitch partner. You need like a average viewer count of like 60, which is a lot. So, and yeah, so, and especially on Twitch, getting an average viewer count of 60 is a lot. It's a large reason why you see a lot of streamers have shorter streams. Or, sorry, that's my theory anyway. Because a shorter stream is better for your average, because people have to tune in for that short area, as opposed to thank you, Hugh, for confirming it's not just theoretical. That is why. Yeah. So yeah, whereas like part of the reason why my average is so abysmal is because I run an 8-hour stream. If I wanted to boost my average, I would cut my hours down to 4. I didn't know there was attention span. Am I likely to change my hours for Blue Protocol? I'm not probably not Blue Protocol per se, but when I get a job, once I get a job, I will probably I will most likely be changing how many hours I stream, both in duration and days. I did have what seemed like a promising interview the other day. Fingers crossed. I mean, yeah, I won't have a help desk for Blue Protocol, no. Most likely. Blue Protocol will be more of, you know. Oh, I mean, it's not that exciting. It was a job at a cafe. It was a barista position, you know. But I mean, it was potentially a full-time position, so that is something that is not very common, at least not something that I'm used to. I'm more used to, like, if you're lucky, you can get a part-time position and then they dangle full-time in front of you like a carrot on a stick. So at least that's like several of the last few jobs that I've had. Just like, oh yeah, you can maybe get full-time, but we'll give you just enough hours that you don't qualify as a full-time employee. So you don't get any of the benefits of being a full-time employee. So, yeah. Yours wasn't also at a cafe, was it? I'm just kidding. I hope. I'll keep my fingers crossed for you as well, hon. Because I definitely know the stress of the job hunt all too well. I really don't think that was... Okay, let's just raise it higher. Yeah, there we go. And then down. And then 1, 2. Which, we're on the line. 1, 2, and then it's gonna be the space this time. Okay. There we go. That's actually quite easy this go around. And now, I wonder if we can double this up. Hey, cool. It does work. Oh, no. It didn't. Sad panda. Okay. Let's go to the end. What? Why did the... Okay, this is weird. It's like every other one is not working. I don't understand. The internal screams are getting louder. Mm. Okay. Yeah. It must be because they it must be, yeah. I'm guessing it's because we didn't put the butterflies in the center of the shelf this time. But I mean, sure, I guess. Uh I hmm. I didn't think it was going to take into account the three-dimensional space, but I guess that does make sense that it would take into account the three-dimensional space that it's moving in. And again, the internal screaming is getting louder. Or wait, I have a GIF for this. I made a GIF because that actually, that line actually comes from an anime. Just hold please. Let's see if I can find it. Uh yeah, there it is. Yeah, it's from one of my favorite animes. The wrong way to use healing magic. And like the full line is like, every voice inside my head to get is telling me to get as far away from this woman as possible. Or is screaming at me to get as far away from this woman as possible. And then that's the follow-up line. Okay, so if we wanted to do this in one fell swoop, because that's the goal here, that's what I'm trying to do, is to do all these butterflies in one massive fell swoop. So we will need, not 14, because there are not 14 in one butterfly arch, there are 13. There are 6 in each side, and then 1 keystone. So then if we just do 12 in a row, it should work. Emphasis on this should. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and Mr. Baker makes 12. Now at the end over here, we Place our pillar. Make sure it's centered or... Yeah. Make sure it's centered on them. And now we make sure that it's centered on the shelf. Okay, and now we go to the proper locale. Because who knows, maybe it was that maybe it was also that we changed where we started from. Who knows? Rotate, straighten, lower, straighten, lower. 1, 2, 3. Item cancellation. Okay, it looks good. Okay, thank goodness. I guess that was the issue. Make sure your butterflies are all in one line. Do not do 2 rows. 1 singular row. Wonderful. Well, I get the feeling that, yeah, it's not exactly perfect, and I'm just gonna try my best to be okay with that. We're just gonna ignore it. We're just gonna ignore it. It's okay. Whew. Perfectionism is the enemy of the good. Moving along, back to what we were doing before all this nonsense. Oh, I have wasted so much time in this game chasing perfection. It's why I have like that's one of my mantras in this game is just perfectionism is the enemy of the good. Because if I did not waste as much time as I had chasing perfection, I could have had way more pieces that were good. Yeah. Oh, me too. I'm 100% with you there. Um, and the worst is when you spend so long trying to make things perfect, and then you put everything together, and then you realize that everything that you spent so long trying to make perfect is off by just a hair. And if anybody would like to know what I'm talking about, it is my greenhouse. Because there are micro variations in my glass all over the place. And it's why I have to fight the urge to take compliments on that. Or I have to fight to take compliments whenever anybody's just like, oh, it looks so great. And I'm just like, thank you. Thank you so much. Trying not to say that all I can see are the imperfections. In conservatory. Hi, Miss Mandy. Nice to meet you as well. Or you came in at a very vulnerable time for me. Um, my wait, this is my conservatory is kind of boring. It's one of those things that was an afterthought. Sorry, before I forget. Uh, Miss Mandy, if there's anything in specific or anything specific that you would like to learn, please let me know. No, no need to apologize. I more meant, sorry for the awkwardness. Every now and again, I have a moment, and this was one of them, which, and you know, just to unveil the horror for any other perfectionists out there. Can you see them through the camera? Nah. I might need to get on top of it. But it's like right there. I think. Is this plot up to visit? It's such a, I mean, I could, but it's such a mess. It's not impressive right now, but I mean, I could. It looks like a trash heap right now. But if people would like to come see it, sure. Yeah, you say that. There. And what I mean by that is like it's perpetually in a state of development ever since we like have been able to transfer items from other plots. So there's just items everywhere. So yeah. But yeah. Um as for like my conservatory, it was 100% an afterthought for the build. So like yeah. If I'm being honest, I only really added it because people had kept asking me about it and like asking me what I was going to like do with it. And I think at one, like around when Elderwoods first started, I finally decided on that I was going to like do maybe a science lab in here for like the schmoles. But I like never ended up getting around to it. I made like these little test tubes. But aside from that, I haven't really done too much more with it. I sunk so there are two gourmet butcher blocks. The first gourmet butcher block has the second one floating above it, and then these ones are homestead tall bottles that are sunk in to the lower butcher block. So, yeah. Heckin' restless leg. Oh, excellent. It came from trying to recreate your lattice. You got stuck on the part where you group select the doormat on the pillar. You just want to learn how to do more glitching. It was where your YouTube videos, but not. Oh, so you're also a streamer. Fair enough. Sorry to hear that you were having issues with the doormat on the pillar. I didn't realize until like after I had published that video that I used like I think I used one of my like doormats that's on a stick, but I never showed how that was made. It's super simple, but like, yeah. Night Herald, you have a good night, sweets. Uh, but it's one of those things that like if you're not someone who's like familiar with glitching, then yeah, which you should. You should feel very happy with yourself if you figured that out. Because yeah, it was one of those like little tiny dragon things that like it made sense to me, and I just figured that like I don't know. It sounds I don't like saying that, you know, I didn't think to add it in because it's second nature to me. But, you know, most people would need that type of thing added in. It's the sequencing thing. I'm getting better at it, though. And yeah, it's just a matter of like pillar on shelf, place on side, doormat. Yeah. You first asked for help from someone, first thing they asked, is this a tiny video you're watching? Because of the doormat. Ah, that's funny. It's interesting because the doormat isn't actually my trick. I I do use it a lot, but uh, it it comes from another YouTuber. Her name's Lilithana, or wait, uh, the Lillian Games was the YouTuber that came up with it. You know, I think we're just not going to be fancy with this placement. I think we're just going to do an open wall. I was going to try and do like a doorway, but I just don't have it in me. I think we should be able to do that easily. Yeah, thanks for mentioning that. And I mean, is it full of different things that you use to glitch with? I mean, yes. It's more, I, that the plot that I did that video on, is my main plot. Which I actually I put it up on the board now. People can go see it now if they would like. Sorry, everybody. The self-care break is coming up here in a little bit. So I am gonna just pop over to our Be Right Back screen so nobody misses anything. Hopefully OBS actually, yeah, uh, it's just so anyone that isn't subscribed doesn't miss anything. But I will be back soon. And yeah. Okay. pavers state on it? I'm confused. Did someone like ask if the pavers, like had to stay on the piece? Oh, yeah, that sounds like a question that would come up. The answer is yes. They do have to stay. I wish they didn't, but for simplicity's sake, like I could get into more like complicated methods, and we could possibly do it without the need for pavers. But the whole reason yeah, the whole reason why I made the lattice the way I did was so it would be more simple, or yeah, was so it was a simplistic design. Because truth be told, if we were to, at least in theory, I suppose since we're using crates now instead of brain, please function. 1, 2, 3. If we use crates instead of yeah, maybe. Is if we use crates instead of pillars for the frame. Because my original piece that I made, again, the purpose of it was to go into brain, please function. It was meant to go into a courtyard frame. It wasn't meant to be a freestanding structure. How did I come up with the idea of the lattice? What made it? If I'm being I'm being honest, I went for a walk. And I saw a lattice outside in somebody's garden. And I was just like, I kind of wish we had that in Palia. And also, Miss Mandy, I'm super sorry to hear that that happened to you. That definitely could have had an impact on how things might have gone with both retention and understanding with the material. But that also being said, I'm not saying that I am infallible. Every now and again, some things get lost in what goes on up here, and trying to translate it to something that other people will understand. I get the feeling we could also make this process a bit simpler if we stack crates out and just make a lot of them. Maybe. Keep forgetting to use Q and E instead of my mouse button. 1, 2, 3. Then we'll use group select to place it on. At some point we'll get to the freaking house. Someday. Thanks, ADHD. Just out here chasing squirrels. um... That is actually quite heartwarming. Yeah, aside from the fact that it obviously wasn't as easy as I was hoping it would be. I feel like I did come up with an easier way of doing it. And I thought it might have involved making a zigzag. Although that being said, what we're doing right now is isn't half bad. But still not what I would like. Yeah. The biggest hurdle that I ran into, believe it or not, because the lattice in that video, what version was it? I'm not even actually sure which version the lattice in that video was. I think it might have been like version 4 or version 5. And it came down to a matter of angles. 1, 2, 3. And even with like with all the work I did on that one, I wasn't entirely happy with the angles that came out in that piece. Because if you look at most lattice pieces, like in the real world, they have a very distinct pattern. That I wasn't fully able to replicate. And I'm not gonna lie, it drove me a little bit squirrely. Not bad. That definitely is a way to do it. Should have known that we were gonna need more pillars. It's a boat situation all over again. And we probably should rotate it to the other side. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. It all comes with experience, being honest. Eventually, all of these tricks will come. Okay. Now we just need to figure out how exactly... Okay, oh wait. I was wondering why that one was flickering. So we have 4. Hmm. Oh dear. Hmm. This... Theoretically, this should work. We just need to figure out the minutia of it all. That's all. Mm, if it makes you feel better, even I have those moments. And to illustrate, or like a prime example of one of those, when the new home lines came out, just a tangent for a moment. The stairs I was placing them on, or I was flicking them into places. I was placing them on Winterlight's red presents, completely forgetting that there is a placeable surface on top. And then one of my testing companions was just like, you know, you can just group select those out, eh? And I was just like, what? And he's just like, I would have thought you of all people would know this. And I was just like, you would think, me of all people would know this, but no, I did not. Exactly. Mm. Mm. That moment when you're just like, I need a Root Goldberg machine. It, I think it's 100,000, or like, or sorry, the last I heard, it was 90, like 99,000. The last I heard. Since we received this. Oh wait, but of course. Why S6? Yeah, or actually, yeah, dang it, that's still not the right angle. Hmm? What about now? Gosh darn it. Why is my brain not braining properly? I've been having this all day. Just like an inability to flip things. Right here. And we want to... Oh, you have those... Oof. That... Hmm. That honestly does feel like a struggle. I honestly wish I could say it was that, but I've been having this long before we became acquainted. I'm just having conceptualization issues today. For whatever reason. I'm normally good at this. But, you know, performance issues. 1 in 5. Okay, so we go there, and then we flip this that way. I feel like this still isn't going to be correct. Yeah, I genuinely appreciate it, but this does not make any sense as to... Oh wait, I know why I'm having an issue right now. It's because it's already in the correct rotation. That's why. It's already in lattice form. Oh, I'm such a yatz. I mean, I'm so very pretty. So the one that I actually need to rotate... No. Hun, sorry, I should have warned you that I use pet names. But yeah, like the stream, I have people talking to and at me all day. So it's definitely not that. So the issue that's probably happening here is that I should have put this on the shelf. There we go. And what we should be rotating is this entire assembly. There we go. and somehow get everything attached. Somehow. Okay, that attaches nicely. How about a floor? That one not so much. Okay. So if we put block here. Attach wall. Group select. I mean, kind of. Now it's mostly just going to be a matter of creating the rest of it. Hey, Bashy. I hope your workday was good. I'm attempting to make a new kind of lattice. Again. A new kind of lattice. So kind of like... into... Kind of like that. Yeah. Except this time... no pavers. Kind of like... we're kind of going Edna mode on this one. No kicks. Oh, Bashy, you know just how to make me blush. Um... Hmm. Hmm. Maybe. Hmm. Hi. What's happening in chat? But also mood. I can't even mention the number of times someone has mistaken me saying like, you know, hun or whatnot, and there's like, it's weird or creepy, and I'm just like, I literally am using that because I can't remember your name. Sorry, but I've met you like twice. But of course, I'm not allowed to say that. But yeah. Yeah. What trying to get at Neo was like, I feel you. It's like, I'm not trying to like flirt or, you know, be weird. It's just I have the memory of a goldfish. Yeah, I kind of got that feeling. Yeah, skill comes in. Is it that time? It's not a time, but also, hey, Lovey.
Hello. Just thought I'd poke my head in and say hi.
And the skill comes with practice, Neo.
Okay, back to cooking.
My little agent of chaos. Oh, he missed the tiger sighting. It's very nice to hear that you're acknowledging it. Which I suppose you even did, like, in what you said, you did say the skill, which I do appreciate, by the way. I have kind of gotten past it, but something a little neurosis that I used to have was when people used to call me talented. And I was just like, I've met talented people, like prodigy class people. I'm not one of those. Yeah. I'm pretty good at a lot of things. I'm the definition of jack of all trades, master of none. And I've come to terms with that. We're replacing this right there. Yeah. And the thing is, it's not so much talent as it's just it's skill, and it's practice, practice, and more practice. That's it. And that's why I always try and tell people any chance I get is that, you can be where I am with practice. It's kind of like there's a meme that is out there, and it's an artist, and like a person's talking to an artist, and it's just like, oh, how did you get so good? And the person's just like, I practiced. And then it like keeps going on like that, and it's just like you could be if you practiced, and then just like, and, and yeah. What am I trying to do here? Jeez. You want to know the secret trick that unlocks master level? Practice. Or I guess the secret trick is having free time to practice. That is the secret trick. Because I'll be the first to admit that, you know, not everyone has the time to practice. That is normally the kicker. That, people have families, people have lives. But yeah, and yeah, even Miss Mandy mentions that even talent if it's not used, will, you know, it's the old use it or lose it type thing. If you don't nurture it. It's kind of why you see so many people that are like have aptitude for things, but they haven't been able to get anywhere because they don't have the resources to do anything with it. It's gotten a little bit better in more recent years because, like, with the internet, so it's made it a bit more accessible. But the thing is, with a lot of arts, you still need, materials. You still need to be able to learn the different techniques and whatnot. But you can learn a lot of it with like online tutorials. But if you don't have connections to get your work out there, you can only get so far. Unless you get kind of that lightning strike. Hey, Grandma. Nice to see you again. I know you've probably been lurking. But I hope your day's going good. Hope your day's going well. That moment when you let or when a sentence with improper grammar leaves your mouth and you just freeze up and they're just like, what did I just say? My gosh. Yeah. If I'm being perfectly candid with the class for a moment, home tour system was really one of the worst things for my mental health in Palia. Holy sweet tea and biscuits. Because it was such a reminder of like, because before home tours, I didn't have to see all of the beautiful places that other people had when, every single week I was spending time helping people. And, up until that point, I genuinely did get a lot of enjoyment out of it. Until home tours came in, and I just realized exactly how much of my time I had spent helping people at the cost of making my own things. it's not that I don't like teaching people. I still do. Just definitely not as much as I did. If that makes sense. Or at least, yeah. Ugh. I like everything but over here. I think we might just do this again and then attempt. Or maybe we just are thinking about this the wrong way. Grr. I mean, the angles aren't bad, for the most part. It's one of those, like, I don't hate it, but I don't love it either. Yeah. Let's snooze those ads. Because we actually have snoozes. Yeah. Oh, wonderful. Someone else who speaks Gur. How did that even happen? Oh, no, we just ended up grabbing the block that was on the other side. Okay. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4. If we can press. I'm trying to do some really weird mental gymnastics that I might need to do in my off time. It is time for us to raid out anyway. We are getting into the 7-hour mark. Here, I wonder if like this, maybe like that. That did nothing. Like the goggles, they do nothing. I'm not even sure what I was trying to accomplish there. Was it that? That I want half of a block between them? I think that's what I wanted. Um, well, I think my goal was to, there we go, and then we want to put in, no, there we go. And then we want, I'm not sure, yeah, there we go. Yeah, okay. I think the end goal was to like kind of cheat the system. A little bit. I think, anyway. Who the heck knows at this point? So we had like half the block on this side of the pillars, half a block on this side of the pillars, half a block in the middle. Ish. Kind of. Maybe. It's looking closer. Might just need to get a rug. Okay. I probably should, yeah, dang it. Okay, we'll use another snooze so we can raid out. So I can go and recharge and not be burnt out for tomorrow because we are streaming again tomorrow morning. Let's see who is raiding today. Oh, jeez. As far as like uh like for Palia, the drops ended and everybody, which I mean fair, I guess. Looks like we're going to see Carrot. Maybe not. Or because Carrot isn't even, she hasn't even started yet. But nah, it's okay. Oh no, yes she has. It just, for some reason, the like little thing says starting soon, but then you like click into her stream and she has started. Okay. Yeah. But yeah, Carrot's a sweetheart. And yeah, it will be nice to not have them like raid out as soon as I raid in. But yeah. And a little thing that I end every stream with is a tiny reminder that I have been and I always will be a tiny dragon with the most titanic dreams. And I will always hope that you, wherever you may be in this wide, vast world, please keep your dreams just as big, my dears. Alright, I will see you guys in the future, which is bright and early tomorrow morning. Thank you very much. And much love, everyone.